Okay, I don't see our folks on yet. Do you?
No, somebody jumped in the other meeting, so I'm hoping everybody got the right link, but
Oh dear. Okay.
Hello.
hi, Alejandro.
Hey, I'm actually on my phone. My laptop decided to freeze.
We haven't got started yet, but we'll be getting here in a second.
Alejandro, I just want to say, as a phone user, sometimes we can get some feedback from that, and you might be muted. And so if you try to speak during your part of this and you're unable to, you'll have to hit *6, and that'll unmute you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
All right, folks, we are almost at quorum. Just waiting on one more trustee. All right, we are at quorum. So welcome everyone to Tuesday, May 5th, 2026 for the open meeting of the Board of Trustees. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 7:02 p.m. Macy?
Mayor Sterling.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Here.
Trustee Jocelyn.
Here.
And Trustee Kennedy.
Here.
Thank you. I'd like to note for the record that Trustee Larson is absent this evening.
Thank you, Macy. Welcome, everyone. First up is the consent agenda. Are there any questions about the consent agenda? Okay, great. I'd entertain a motion. All right, fine. I move to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Fabulous. Macy?
Sorry, I was muted.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Yeah.
Yes.
Trustee Jocelyn.
Yes.
Mayor Sterling.
Yes.
And Trustee Kennedy.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, fabulous, everyone. First up is an informational item on our water supply update. And I believe, Mr. Bliss, are you presenting this?
You may be having an issue logging in, Mayor Sterling, so I'll go ahead and present, and then I'll give it to him if he comes.
Fabulous.
We just wanted to provide an update to you about the current status of our water supply here in Netherlands. So Andrew Bliss, who was helped by Chris Newton of Dina Talley Water and Rachel Bolt of Dickinson Wright, who is our water attorney, prepared this staff report for you, just looking at our water supply overview. I think we all know that we've experienced a pretty low snowpack this year, the historically lowest that we've had in Colorado. With that being said, streamflow conditions right now on Middle Boulder Creek are currently adequate to meet our raw supply need, and we currently have 2 years of replacement water supply stored in Barker Reservoir. Andrew's been working with the town's water resource engineering consultants and water rights attorney, and because of the information that they found, they're not currently recommending any water restrictions for the town, but they are going to continue to monitor conditions. The staff report does a good job of kind of detailing our water supply. Our raw water supply comes from Middle Boulder Creek, which is right next to Netherland Middle and High School. When the streamflow is insufficient from the creek to meet the downstream water users with our senior water rights, our water rights are out of priority, meaning that they're just lower on the stream for when we can take them. We can continue diverting water in that situation, but we have to replace that amount of water with the water that we have in our augmentation plan, which is generally the water that's in Barker Reservoir. He goes on to explain some of the other water sources we have. There's something called Farmer's Ditch, and we have water storage in Barker Reservoir that is stored under an intergovernmental agreement that you guys just approved with City of Boulder. And what we usually do is when we don't have our priority water, we release water that we have in Barker Reservoir for that consumption. One thing to know about our water in Nederland is it really boils down to irrigation. A lot of folks in Nederland don't have yards, and so some of our water use is a lot less than it is in some of the communities out east. And so for that reason, I think that's why you're seeing that they're making the recommendation that right now we don't need to go on restrictions. Andrew will continue monitoring that flow, and we do that every day. There's flow meters at the water plant and at the wastewater plant. And so that's something that they're constantly doing and working with our engineers and our legal team on. And so if we do need to make any changes to that as we kind of move through the summer, that's something that we'll prioritize. If you guys have any questions for me about his staff report, I'm happy to answer them. And if there's something that I can't answer, I will make sure that we get him following up with us.
All right, trustees, any questions? All right, I'm going to hear that as none. Or Luke, are you trying to speak? You're on mute.
Sorry, I was just saying I'm glad to hear that our current flow is adequate right now. That's reassuring. So thanks to Andrew and those guys for putting that together.
They've done a really good job of managing that resource and making sure that we have good flow meters on the system. We also work very collaboratively with City of Boulder. So if things change where we need to start thinking about different restrictions in town, we'll make sure that we bring that to you in timely fashion, as we're all, I think, wanting to make sure that we take care of that resource this summer.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you.
When are you able to enact restrictions? Can you do it at any time?
Yeah, I think we take a board action for that. So that's something we bring to you on a meeting. We'd explain where we're at and how we're thinking that could work. And then that would be something that you guys would take action on at a future meeting.
All right, I'm not hearing any more questions. Thank you, Andrew Bliss. Thank you, team. Thank you, John. Let's move on to our first action item, the award of the SMS project contract.
Mayor and trustees, the requested action tonight is to adopt a resolution awarding the construction contract for the Safer Main Streets Crosswalk Improvements Project to Standard Concrete, Inc. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and to authorize execution of all related contract and CDOT local agency documents. As you all know, we had received a grant, I believe 6 years ago, for a program called Safer Main Streets to do some crosswalk improvements through the middle of town. These include one near the roundabout, one near the library, and then the one that kind of crosses towards the rock shop from where the visitor center is. And then in addition, it also builds a new sidewalk basically from near Tungsten Village all the way down to the corner where the museum is. So that is it does quite a bit of work on this project. We bid this out earlier this year it opened the bids on April 9th. We did receive 4 of them. Standard Concrete resubmitted the lowest responsive bid at $277, $750, $54. When we say responsive in this case, what that really means, it's supposed to say responsible and responsive. I apologize, I have a typo. Responsive means that it meets all the CDOT local agency requirements. This grant, because it is through CDOT, requires us to you're still approving the contract with Standard Concrete, and we're still kind of managing the project, but it has to meet all those CDOT and federal requirements for the project. And so they were the one that were able to do that. JVA Inc., who is our town's project engineer, did a complete review of the bids in coordination with CDOT. The rules for the process are in the local agency manual for CDOT in Chapter 7, and bidders have to be pre-qualified to participate. There was a lower bid than Standard Concrete, but they were not pre-qualified with CDOT, and so Standard Concrete is the winner of the bid. I did include a financial summary for the project in my staff report. There were $300,000 worth of federal funds dedicated for this project. We had a local match of $60,000 for a total budget of $360,000. I also have estimated total project cost. Engineering for this project was about $20,000. Materials testing, which is in the second action item tonight, we're anticipating could be around $18,000, and the construction cost is $277,000. That brings us to a total estimated cost of $315,000. We will have construction management fees here as well. That's managed through a separate CDOT process. And so I believe that we're going to come in on budget on this project, but that's something that we'll have to see as we get those qualifications later. If we do have an overage, we would have to figure out how to manage that through town funds or just through value engineering of this bid that we have here. As I said, CDOT requirements require us to make the award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. We do want to try to get this awarded so that we can keep the project moving and complete it this summer. So there's two questions before you tonight. Does the board accept the determination that Mara Construction is non-responsive? And do you agree to award the concrete to Standard Concrete as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder? I did include a recommended motion in my staff report, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks, John. All right, let's start there. Does anybody have any clarifying questions for John? All right, hearing none, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this SMS contracting report, staff report? Okay, seeing no public comment, nobody raised their hands, we'll bring it back to the board for either a discussion and or a motion. The two questions, as John had said, that are before us is, let's answer that one real quick. Does the board accept the determination that Mara Construction is not responsive under CDOT requirements? I'm looking at my trustees here. I see head nodding from Luke. I see head nodding from Matthew Kennedy. And I see head nodding from Andrew Jocelyn. All right, we got the first one out of the way. Next one, does the board agree to award the contract to Standard Concrete as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder?
Were there any other options in those bids?
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Well, that were, I guess, within a reasonable enough target to be considered.
In the packet, I included the bid summary and award recommendation, and also the tabulation summary where you can see the 4 bids. Mara Construction was the lowest, 255, 555, 92, followed by Standard Concrete, 277, 750, 54. Then we did have a bit of a jump. We had KECI Civil at 311, 352, and then Nora Concrete, 373, 316. Both of those are over the awarded amount that we have available. And by the CDOT rules, they're disqualified just because of the award process.
Yeah. Thanks, sir. I missed that table. Thanks for pointing it out.
Those letters in there, I'm just gonna add it in since we're talking about them. There's 2 letters to a man named Gary Stimson. He's our coordinator in Region 4. These are the letters I need to provide to move the process forward. You can see I'll need to update the date. We just missed the last packet, but what we'd like to do is get these sent in. That'll start the process to get they'll start working on the contract, and then we can get it to Jennifer so you guys can take a look at that and approve it if you'd like to.
Cool.
Any other discussion items or questions? All right, I move to adopt resolution number 2026-14, awarding the Safer Main Streets Crosswalk Improvements construction contract to Standard Concrete, Inc. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract of all required CDOT local agency documents. Do I have a second?
Second.
Reese?
Trustee Jocelyn,
Yes.
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Mayor Sterling,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion's approved.
Fabulous. All right, let's go into our next action item, which is the request for qualifications process for construction management and geotechnical testing services. John?
Mayor and trustees, this is related. These are the next 2 phases of the project that we need to cover. Once we get the project moving forward, we also need to get a construction management company and to get the team that will do the geotechnical testing and material testing. And that's going to involve several environmental tasks. It could be looking to make sure there's no impacted animals. It could be looking at soils and the slump of concrete and things like that as the project goes on. And so both things are required for the project and important. The way this works with CDOT is that once you have a contractor, you need to issue what's called an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications. This is a very similar process to an RFP, which is a request for proposals.
Keep going. I think it was just a little bit of feedback. Trustee
Sorry.
or Mayor Pro Tem Miller, you might be having some feedback on your. There you go.
A request for proposals is more like asking for an actual bid that would include a price. A request for qualifications is a little bit different. It will likely include a cost that they can do the project for, but it's not quite the same process as an RFP. It's more just saying, are you qualified to do this work? And then what will happen is those will go to CDOT. CDOT will make sure that they meet the needs again of the project manual and that they can be qualified under the CDOT process. And then we will be able to negotiate a price with the contractor. It is possible that JVA, who is the management company of the project, that they are eligible to apply for both. They could do that. We may also get other companies that would do that. And it's our kind of choice once we know that they're what the CDOT recommended contracts are for which one you would approve to consider for execution. I did try to give an idea about where we would be looking at financially here. The project did come in, we don't have much of a margin here. I think sometimes construction management can be about 15% of the cost. Geotech, I think they're anticipating maybe $20,000. That could bring us slightly over the project budget we have potentially, but I think that we have the ability to negotiate those costs. And again, there's some not knowing what we're going to get. I think those are just kind of general thresholds. One thing about this project is not actually that complicated. It involves the installation of signage, some crosswalk work that's a little bit more involved, and some traffic control while that's happening, and then that concrete work for that sidewalk. So it's possible that I think what we need to do is just see what those what we come back with when we get this done. What we would like tonight is we're just trying to get direction to issue these RFQs, I'm sorry, out there so that we can get them open and get some responsive bidders, get them back to CDOT, and then get them back to you for approval. Once these are approved and the contracts are completed, we'll be ready to mobilize the project. And I think that we should see a relatively short period of time. This project won't take very long, and I don't think it will be super impactful for the community other than some traffic holds as they're working on the highway. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer, and we're just looking for that direction.
Fabulous. All right, any questions, any clarifying questions for Town Manager Kane? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and go to public comment. Are there any public comments on this agenda item regarding the request for qualifications for the SMS project? Any public comments? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and pull it back to the board for discussion and or a motion. We have a couple of questions before us. So the first, does the board agree that the staff should proceed with issuing a request for qualifications for construction management service? I'm looking at nods. All right, I see Luke, I see Matthew. Let me click over. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. All right, next, does the board agree that the staff should proceed with issuing a request for qualifications for geotechnical testing and materials testing services? All right, I got a thumbs up. Oh, I got 2 thumbs up. Now I got 3 thumbs up. Here we go. Next one. Does the board have any questions or direction regarding the RFQ process before staff proceeds? I see no. I see no. Mr. Jocelyn? Nope. All right. Well, then I would suggest that we have a motion, although we don't have motion language in here. So I'm going to take a go at it, and then Town Attorney Madsen's going to tell me whether or not I passed. I move to approve the request for qualifications process for construction management and geotechnical testing services for the SMS project. Do I have a second? Macy?
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee Jocelyn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller,
Yes.
and Mayor Sterling.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
Fabulous. Let's keep moving here. Next up, we have the Rodeo Court Affordable Housing Feasibility Study and Consent to Funding Agreement. John?
Yeah, I'll see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you a picture here as we're kind of walking through this, just to make it clear for where we're talking. What we're asking tonight is to authorize town participation in the Rodeo Court Affordable Housing Feasibility Study, including the evaluation of adjacent town-owned land, and to authorize myself to execute the Boulder County Affordable Housing Grant Program funding agreement and associated documents. Earlier this year, the town received, in a partnership with BCHA, the Boulder County Housing Authority, were awarded $100,000 to the Boulder County's Affordable and Attainable Housing Tax to complete a feasibility study evaluating whether additional affordable housing could be accommodated on BCHA-owned Rodeo Court property and adjacent town-owned land. This funding comes from the new Affordable and Attainable Housing Tax, which is approved to support affordable and attainable housing in Boulder County. This agreement identifies this award as part of the 2026 Affordable Housing Grant Program, and the funding amount is for $100,000. This is the property we're talking about right now. This is the BCHA property that is being discussed, and it includes some small homes on the north side of the road here. They have some additional space on their lot that they'd like to consider for additional housing development. And in the process of this, we also have been discussing this town property, which, if you remember, recently last year, we did do an evaluation of town-owned property to determine which is the most feasible for affordable housing development. And that initial review that Britt and Jennifer did suggested that this parcel, out of all the other town-owned parcels, is the most likely candidate. One of the things to know about this study is it's not intended to displace any residents. It's not intended to remove existing homes or to approve redevelopment. It would simply evaluate whether additional affordable housing could fit on or near the property in a way that could respect the homes, the site constraints, and infrastructure capacity. If you do choose to include adjacent town-owned lands, it would do the same. It wouldn't commit us to anything. It wouldn't do anything other than look at what it would actually take to build housing here. Some of the early conversations with BCHA include home ownership models, like smaller home ownership models, as well as senior housing, which are both things that we do know that we need in Nederland. I wanted to provide a little bit of policy context from the comp plan about the need for affordable housing. It's one of our primary kind of land use objectives in the comp plan. And then we do have our housing needs assessment summary, which you'll find on page 23 of the comp plan. That's looking at that document that was generated recently for the town, and is also one of our major land use objectives. It basically states that undeveloped or underutilized land may present opportunities for infill development where it's appropriate, and it directs town to evaluate development opportunities consistent with infrastructure capacity and community goals. I think that looking at this land through this feasibility study is one of the ways that we can do that. It is very close to utilities that we would need to provide to make that feasible, as well as working with BCHA in the greater context would probably allow for a more contextual development. I want to talk a little bit about the funding agreement. It is not between Boulder County and the town or Boulder County Housing Authority and the town. BCHA is the grant recipient, and we are basically a partner to the grant, is basically what it is. It describes the project as a comprehensive feasibility assessment to determine the practicality of combining the Rodeo Court property with adjacent town-owned land to expand affordable housing development. The scope would include environmental review, infrastructure capacity analysis, discussion about partnership opportunities, funding strategies, and long-term planning objectives. We would be a project partner in this, so the voice of the town would be elevated in this process. There would be community engagement, and then we would probably be working through Brit to make sure that from a planning perspective it works. That could include meetings with the Board of Trustees and with Planning Commission as appropriate. One thing I did want to note is the agreement does not define the legal effect of our consent. And so that is one thing that we need to do with Boulder County. Before execution, we want to make sure that we're clarifying that our signature is consent for the inclusion of the land in a feasibility study. and does not create any sort of independent financial obligation, development obligation, indemnification obligation, or other liability. I believe that this structure builds on the prior town feasibility work where we did look at this property, and I think we stopped just short of saying that we should go ahead and look at it from a further feasibility standpoint. It will give you detailed site-specific information about whether this lot could be appropriate for affordable housing. It leverages external funding, which we have no financial contribution to, so just that $100,000 from Boulder is all this will take. And it improves the usefulness of this study by looking at the BCHA land and the town land altogether. I think the key issue before you tonight is that we have not taken formal action to authorize inclusion of town-owned land in a feasibility study. And I think we need that direction before we complete this analysis. Again, I just wanted to clarify that this is not committing us to any sort of development. It does not approve any specific project, site plan, or level of density. It does not authorize sale, lease, or disposition of town-owned land, and it does not create a development agreement or any sort of long-term partnership. Any future use of the land would require separate board approval, including any disposition, lease, or development agreement. I realize I said that we need to modify that contract, and that would happen just to make sure that this is clear in that document before we would sign it. On funding and risk, this is total grant funding. It's $100,000. They're administered by BCHA, which reduces our staff's, it means that we need to participate in the planning efforts, but we don't need to manage the money. And it is limited purely to feasibility and pre-development analysis. I just have a couple of considerations on the benefit side. This will give you a very objective site-specific analysis before you need to make a decision about this property. It leverages that external funding. It builds on prior town work that we completed last year. It aligns with the comprehensive plan direction and with the housing needs assessment. And it improves the analysis quality for this property that we already have, as well as for the BCHA site, by making sure we're thinking about it as a more holistic piece of property. I think it also signals some willingness to evaluate town-owned land for housing. It recognizes prior board and planning commission discussions that have recognized that full development of this parcel may not be appropriate. I don't know if for those that you were here for that conversation, there was some conversation that it would be good to keep part of this as a park. And I think this allows us to go ahead and look at that. My staff recommendation to you tonight is to authorize the inclusion of this land in the feasibility study and to allow me to execute the agreement once we make sure it's clarified the way it needs to be. This will advance our understanding of housing opportunities that we do have in town while preserving full board control over any future decisions. I did include a recommended motion in my staff report and next steps, which just would include executing the funding agreement, coordinating with BCHA on the study scope and procurement, and then monitoring compliance with the grant requirements, and then returning to you with study results and any future policy considerations you may have. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
Thanks, John. All right, clarifying questions for John. How long is this going to take?
This is going to be professionally managed, and I would imagine that it is going to take a few months, but I wouldn't think it would be too long. So I think we can probably get it done, depending on how the procurement goes. I think I'm guessing it would be maybe 4 months, 5 months.
5 months, and that includes procurement?
It could be longer too. It depends on the scope of the study and the work that needs to be done.
So the scope of the study was around, because you kind of said that at the beginning, to assess, let me get the exact line. Evaluating whether additional affordable housing could be there. There were some environmental things that were assessed. So the scope isn't sufficient, isn't nailed down entirely.
In the staff report, you have the grant funding agreement. Oh. And one moment. The project details, which is in Exhibit A, so it will perform a comprehensive feasibility assessment to determine the practicality of combining the Rodeo Court property with adjacent town-owned land to expand affordable housing development. The assessment will include environmental review, analysis of infrastructure capacity, collaborative discussions with the town and other relevant stakeholders about partnership opportunities, funding strategies, and long-term planning objectives for addressing housing needs in the area. I think one of the things that will need to happen in this project is the overall scope of service will need to be completed. And that's something that is waiting on this document. And so we'll probably hear more about that from BCHA, but they do this work all over the county and they're fairly effective. It would be professionally done. So it probably, it's going to take a little bit of time because there is community engagement involved too. But I'm thinking that that's probably a reasonable time frame, but it could be a little bit longer. Once we know who's doing the project, we'll have a little better idea. It does say that it must be fully dispersed and the project must be completed by December 31st, 2028, but I think that's just the outlier for the grant.
Yeah, which is partly why I'm asking, like, that would not be the expectation. Another question was, we had looked at this one site initially, the town-owned site, and I remember seeing like some drafts of where the potential developer could fit so many, units on that particular site. So what exactly was all the assessment that was done on that site initially up to this point?
My staff,
Okay.
I think when that was happening last year, Jennifer did some legal analysis of the lots that we owned as a town to see what kind of restrictions were on them. And that includes things like easements or agreements that we had when the land was transferred to the town for whatever reason. An example of that is like the Wingate property.
Right.
If you all are familiar with that, that has some restrictions on use there.
Conservation easement. Yeah.
Yeah. So in this case, we also looked at where water and wastewater utilities are and how easy it would be to connect them based on topography and like just kind of I would say like a field survey level of looking at what it would take to run pipe and things like that. And that was done. And then it was mostly just looking at the size of the lot and what might fit based on our zoning standards that could be appropriate in those spaces. So it was a pretty high level review. Staff doesn't have the capability from an architecture standpoint to really dial it in the way that this one will be done. And so that would be the next step, is really taking kind of like these ideas, these kind of napkin ideas, and turning them into a more full-fledged professional assessment of what could happen here.
Okay. Any other questions from the trustees?
No, I mean, you hit the main one I had, so.
All right. Andrew, you
I-
came off
I-
mute.
Yeah, so just to clarify, Jonathan, you mentioned that there would be a phase throughout this process that would include community input.
Yeah, that's always a part of BCHA work. And the scope of service is not completed yet because this agreement needs to be done first. But I think that's important
Gotcha.
to everyone involved. Boulder County Housing Authority does a really good job working with the community. That was a hallmark of the Tungsten project, there was some controversy around that in the community, but there was quite a bit of engagement, and that would be something that happens here too. And again, this is just the feasibility study. So if this is something that moves forward, you would approve that if there was a project, and that would go through the whole entitlement project or entitlement process before anything would happen. So this is just trying to see, is this actually something that could happen or not at this point? And that would involve that engagement.
Great. Thank you.
All right, not seeing any more questions from the trustees. Let's go to public comment. If you have a public comment on this agenda item, which is discussing the Rodeo Court Affordable Housing Feasibility Study and consent to a funding agreement. Any public comments on it? Okay, seeing none, let's bring it back to the board and discuss and then make a motion. I guess, board, one of my questions for you is, do you have any concerns with this?
I think it's always a concern, right? Like if we're using town property for stuff, but this has been a priority for for our community for a very long time. And, with my basic understanding of, emergency access, utilities, et cetera, I understand why this is the property that's being considered for this. And I think all those issues will be addressed and further down the line. So, yeah, I too want to see, if we can keep portions of this for park and trail use, that'd be awesome. And integrating that into like a multimodal system from this location into town, that would be important to me as well. But again, all that stuff will come down further down the line.
Yeah. Any other concerns or comments, trustees?
No,
I agree with Andrew.
moving. Go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say, I agree with Andrew. It just seems like it aligns well with the current plans, and yeah, keeping the idea open for part of it being a park would be great.
Fabulous. Anything else, Mayor Pro Tem Miller?
No.
My only concern is timing of just making sure this doesn't drag out for a really long time. So if you could just kind of keep it reeled in on that from that perspective, John.
One of the things I'm most excited about is BCHA is managing the project, and they have the capacity to do this right now. And so I think we will see relatively quick movement. And I think the key for us will making sure that we get action items scheduled when they're needed with the BOT and these engagement meetings, and we'll make sure we get that done.
Fabulous. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Well, let's see what our motion language is here. All right. I move to authorize town participation in the rodeo court affordable housing feasibility study, including evaluation of adjacent town-owned land for feasibility purposes only, and to authorize the town manager to execute the Boulder County Affordable Housing Grant Program funding agreement and associated documents, subject to clarification that the town's signature creates no independent financial obligation, development obligation, indemnification obligation, or other liability for the town.
I second Trustee Miller's motion.
Macy.
Trustee Jocelyn,
Yes.
Mayor Sterling,
Yes.
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion's approved.
Fabulous. All right, we are rocking and rolling, friends. Let's go on to our first discussion item on the 2024 Building Codes and Energy Code Adoption Strategy. Town Manager Kane.
Well, Mayor and Trustees, I have Alejandro here from Safe Built, and we have Jennifer with us, and also Marshall Jocelyn has been working on this project as well. So there are experts in this space. I'm going to give you a brief overview of where we're at, and then I think questions would be helpful for them to help me with. The purpose of this item is to brief you on required updates to our energy code and to provide background on our 2024 building code update. We're also looking for board direction on a preferred adoption approach for the same. As you know, I guess not all of you know, but last year, Brett is here as well. I apologize. Last year we've been working for the last year or so about updating our building code to 2024. Staff has been working with various stakeholders on that. Fire has been involved. Previous Mayor Giblin was involved in this project as well as Safe Builds. And that work is advancing and it's fairly far along. Our building code does several things for us. It includes structural safety, fire and life safety, accessibility, mechanical, plumbing, and electrical systems checks, and then making sure general construction practices are followed. These govern most of the construction activity that we have in town. Energy codes are more related to building energy performance and efficiency. They're typically about insulation and building envelope, heating and cooling systems, lighting efficiency, electric readiness for future electrification, and solar ready provisions. State law has a requirement that we, before July 1st, must adopt an energy code that meets or exceeds the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code and includes electric ready and solar ready provisions. If we do it after July 1st, 2026, we must adopt an energy code that meets or exceeds the Colorado Model Low Energy and Carbon Code, which includes both energy efficiency and carbon performance standards. This means that you guys have a relatively narrow window. If we want to adopt the 2024 IECC, which was the previous direction we were moving, rather than moving directly into that MLECC framework, we need to adopt the code before July 1st, 2026. Right now, we've been considering a 2024 building code package that would include the international code series, such as the building code, the residential code, and other related technical codes. We're also considering the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code. The other code has some more stringent requirements around carbon emissions and things like that. I don't think it's necessarily different. It's just more stringent, has different standards that we haven't fully considered yet. In terms of adoption process, notice requirements, and timing constraints, there is one challenge. In general, what we would need to do, because this is being adopted by reference, is we need to hold 2 readings of the ordinance before the Board of Trustees. One needs to include a public hearing, and then we need to publish the public hearing at least 15 days before that hearing, and then a second notice at least 8 days before the hearing. We also need to make sure that there's copies of those codes available for public inspection in advance of the hearing. To complete this process before July 1st, 2026, our timeline is a little bit tight, and we would need to do this through an emergency ordinance to make sure that we're fully complying with state law. Right now, there's basically 2 options in front of you. You can adopt the full 2024 code package before July 1st, which is a single comprehensive update. It does require that compressed timeline and may require that emergency ordinance, or we can delay and adopt the MLECC after July 1st. It would give us a little more time for preparation. It does include more complex and stringent requirements. It does have cost and implementation impacts, and it eliminates the option to just adopt the 2024 IECC. Staff is recommending option 1, and that we should move forward with the adoption of the full 2024 building code package, including the 2024 IECC prior to July 1st. This is the path that would preserve your ability to adopt the 2024 IECC and avoid the MLECC requirements just as a matter of course. With the statutory requirements and the limiting meeting schedule, we also are recommending that you give direction whether you're willing to consider that emergency ordinance to ensure the codes are in effect before July 1st. I put a proposed timeline in my staff report. We could do a first reading on May 19th, and then we could do adoption on June 2nd, with the public notices going out 15 days and 8 days before. That will still be in advance of the July 1st deadline, but it's the 30 days after that are important to consider before it's active. Based on your direction, we'll finalize ordinance language, confirm notice and publication schedule with Macy. We'll coordinate with Jennifer and with SafeBuilt, and then we'll schedule the ordinance for adoption, returning to you with those formal adoption ordinances. Nederland team, staff, I think I'm going to leave the board to questions, but they're here to help. Britt has been working on this very hard, as has Marshall Jocelyn, and SafeBuilt representation is here as well with any questions you might have.
What questions, clarifying questions do we have for town staff?
Is there any options? It sounds like this is pretty much just we've got to do, right?
There is. You don't have to adopt it, but Britt, would you mind talking a little bit about the MLECC just a little bit? Or I guess it doesn't have to be Britt or Alejandro, either one of you, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, hi. So I guess the most significant difference is if you do not adopt prior to the July 1st, the MLECC, which is the Model Low Energy Carbon Code. If you adopt the current code, which is just electric and solar ready, that's really just infrastructure, which means that you have to allow space in the panels. You either have to run conduit or wiring for future electric appliances like water heaters and future solar. You basically have to leave the house ready for electric and solar, whereas the low energy and model code, you have to implement some of those requirements immediately, like heat pumps, on-demand water heaters, and for homes over a certain size, which I believe the cutoff is, it may not have much effect in Netherlands, but homes over a certain size have to be net zero, which means that they either have to produce enough energy by solar panels or some other means and store them. They have to produce as much energy as they use. Whereas, the electric ready and solar ready is really, as it states, you just have to leave the home ready for future.
To clarify, that Mayor Pro Tem Miller, your question was like, are we stuck into it? Like, my understanding is that multiple jurisdictions, everyone adopts different years for different reasons. And I don't know if, Britt, John, if you want to sort of recall, like, why is it that we wanted to move to 2024? Because I think right now we're on like, what, 2017 or something?
No,
18.
2018. Yeah.
Off by 1 year. But yeah, I mean, what is for, everyone's edification, what is the reason why we would want to go to 2024?
Right, definitely fill in if you want to, but I think the goal is that 2024 is the most comprehensive and updated building code. And when we do this, we don't do it all the time, and it does take quite a bit of work. Britt did a lot of research or outreach with developers and thinking through what this code would look like. We involve fire and these different stakeholders to try to make sure it was a good workable solution for Netherlands. And so I think our goal was just to have something that could be in place and consistent for folks as we move forward, just to make sure that it's just a good consistent standard for the town for as long as is feasible.
And to
Trustee
clarify,
Jocelyn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to add also, oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So the reason we didn't go to 2021 and we went to 2024 as well was that they are seeing 2024 is less cost effective. Alejandro could probably explain it a little bit better than I can, but it seemed like all developers were on board with that as well, and we're seeing those same differences.
Just to clarify, 2024 was less cost effective?
No,
I meant more. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, 2024 is more cost effective.
Okay.
Yeah, you had mentioned that different municipalities adopt, different codes at different times. There are literally just with Safe Built, we have dozens of municipalities right now all adopting the 2024. So the idea, as Jonathan mentioned, was to provide, a little more uniformity, since Colorado does not have a statewide adopted building code. And as Britt had mentioned, many of the requirements in the 2024, for example, insulation, are equal to or even less than what the 2018 requires, because it uses a different system. It uses more of a points and calculations that were not available in prior code adoptions, either the 2018 or 2021. So it actually is more cost effective than even the 2018 that you're currently under.
Yeah. Trustee Jocelyn, what would you add to the conversation?
Yeah, so I would add that the fire district has already adopted the 24 IFC and had that approved in Boulder County as well.
International Fire Code, for folks who
Correct,
are wondering what that was.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, so it would create uniformity here in the Netherlands area as well. So I'm a big fan of the 24 code package. It adds in a lot of technologies that weren't in prior editions as well and addresses them and talks about implementing things such as building integrated photovoltaic and things of that nature and how to do it safely. So I'm a big fan of the 24 code package.
Right.
Okay, which also provides more uniformity actually, because there's a lot of crossover between the IBC, which is the commercial building code, and the fire code.
Trustees, any other clarifying questions before we move to public comment?
Not for me.
All right, seeing none, let's go to public comment. Please unmute yourself and speak if you have anything to say about the 2024 Building Codes and Energy Code adoption strategy. Not seeing any public comment, let's bring it back to a conversation, a discussion to the board, and a potential motion. So really quick, bringing us back to, what's being asked of us. Basically, what we're being asked to consider is whether or not we would want to go with option 1 or option 2. Staff recommends option 1. Are there any concerns or comments about moving forward with option 1?
I think if we can get it done, it's a good idea.
Yeah. And when I was saying, it doesn't seem like there's much option, was more like sounds like we don't want to wait for the MLC, whatever that
Option 2.
the more strict one.
Yeah.
This seems like this is the choice to adopt the 2024 one, and that it all seems like good stuff. So
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll add that Brett and the whole gang has been working on option 1 for the past year. So we're, it's ready to rock. It seems like we're almost there. So
Yeah.
awesome.
And are there any concerns among the board folks? Is there any concern with doing this as an emergency ordinance so that it gets in within the time frame?
I think that's just us recognizing that we're going to have to fit it into our busy schedules, which sounds great. Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. Trustee Jocelyn says move. Let's do it. All right, folks. Do I hear a motion?
Andrew, I think this one's all you.
Let's do it. There's no motion
Yeah.
language. So
There's
you're
no
gonna
motion language. All right.
I think here you can just provide direction. You can just say, does everybody agree to move forward? Because this is just discussion.
Yeah, this is just a discussion. All right. It looked
Okay.
like I had nods. We had enough nods that you
Head
can just move
nods,
forward.
option 1.
Yep. Okay. Fabulous. John, do you have what you need?
Yes, thank you all.
All right.
Thanks, Jennifer, for keeping us on track.
Yeah.
Next one is regarding our next discussion item is the draft Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Trails Plan Review.
Well, Mayor and Trustees, this is a fun one. I want to recognize, I think we've got Carolyn here with us, and Luke is here, who is your ProSab representative right now. They have been working with Nikki, who's also here on this new plan for some time. This has been going on back when we were working on the comp plan, and it got briefly paused just to make sure the comp plan was done first so that this plan could align to it. So it's been a very long process, and to be here tonight is really good. They've been I just want to recognize the amount of work that's gone into this plan before we kind of start talking about it. It's also involved the work of some graduate students as well, and it really does a good job of looking at what the inventory of parks, recreation, and open space inventory we have are, kind of some of the engagement around some of the recreation ideas that have happened here in Nederland over the last 16 years, goals, objectives, action items that we have in the comp plan and that have come from some other places. And I think it's ready for your initial policy review. The key question before you tonight is whether the pros should move from draft content into a final plan and into an early implementation workflow. I am recommending that the pros build from and coordinate with the town's adopted 2025 comprehensive plan and 2024 multimodal plan, which it's already generally aligned with, and then just kind of finalize this draft version along with anything you might want to add, remove, elevate, or reframe in the priorities, just to bring this into a completed form. I wanted to kind of like center this in the comp plan too. Our comprehensive plan identifies the parks and recreation space as the most important priorities being maintenance, funding, and staff capacity as central recreation issues. It states that maintenance of existing parks and facilities is the top priority before new infrastructure. Consistent with that direction, we are recommending that maintenance and operations planning be identified as the first implementation focus during upcoming strategic planning cycle that you guys are engaged in. We're recommending a 4-step workflow for this whole thing. So the first would be a little bit of refinement before adoption of this plan, including things like looking at the Barker Meadow Reservoir language, priority categories, and implementation chart for the projects that need to happen. Some first phase implementation planning, which would focus on maintenance operations, expanding on our inventory, ownership, service levels, capacities, and decision points. And then some annual budget and work plan review to make sure that this, which is a 10-year plan, is aligned to available resources and the rest of our work planning that we'll do during our strategic plan. I want to make sure that future projects also look at cost estimates, legal review, agreements, design, environmental review, funding, and BOT action, and kind of detail that in the plan as well. That's basically what this aim is doing. I'm just kind of reading through my executive summary for you. In large part, what I think that I want to focus on is the comprehensive plan. And it says that it guides decision-making and policy development and encourages staff, commissioners, or commissions, elected officials to align working efforts and investments with community engagement priorities. It also says it's not code or legally binding, and it's a guide and a source of strategies that boards, commissions, and departments may consider to achieve certain goals. I think it's really important language here. It is our guiding document, but it isn't set in stone. The Board of Trustees especially has the discretion to change what it says. And typically your advisory boards have the ability to recommend those things to you as well. So you will see in this plan certain things that are not in the comprehensive plan. And I think that's okay, as long as you guys agree with that direction. This structure really helps ensure that the BOT policy direction, advisory board work, and staff implementation remain connected. And I think that the PROS does a good job of building on this and coordinating with the adopted comprehensive plan as well as the multimodal transit plan. As I noted, you can add priorities, you can change emphasis or direct the PROS to go beyond the comprehensive plan. But that process should happen through you. So if you guys want to give that direction to ProSab, that's something that can happen. There's 2 plans that I think really the PROS builds on in general. It did a good job of taking all of the kind of recreation documents we have and planning efforts that have happened since 2013. But right now, I think the important ones to consider are the comprehensive plan resiliency framework. The comprehensive plan defines community resilience as the capacity of places to function so that people living and working in them can survive and thrive no matter what stresses or shocks they encounter. It also states that resilience is a high-level core value and a guidepost to orient key community decisions about growth, development, investment, and prioritization. In the PROS, resiliency means a plan should do more than just identify amenities. It should help the town manage the whole parks, recreation, open space, and trail system in a disciplined way. That includes existing assets, maintenance responsibilities, accessibility, environmental stewardship, staffing, funding, volunteer capacity, partner dependencies, and decision points. In the comprehensive plan, there is a recreation vision, which I think is important here. And it states that our community and its visitors enjoy a well-connected, ecologically sound, well-maintained and accessible parks, open space and trail system with recreation and cultural services and facilities while protecting and enhancing the unique mountain ecosystem of which we are a part. This is the central policy anchor that you see in the PROST. The key concepts there are connectivity, ecological stewardship, maintenance, accessibility, recreation, cultural services, and protection of our ecosystem. In terms of maintenance, funding, and capacity, the comprehensive plan also says these are the central recreation issues we have. It says funding and staff capacity are the core challenges in the maintenance and delivery of recreational assets in town. It also states specifically that before building new infrastructure, maintenance of existing parks and facilities is the top priority. Finally, it says proposals for new facilities should only move forward when there are clear mechanisms for initial funding, as well as continued operations and maintenance of the facility. Based on this language, I think that we have a good model of putting the maintenance first in the pros. And I think that putting the current capacity, creating a planning lens around that for this next draft in the first phase of implementation is really critical. The first question is not only what we want to do, it's just looking at what we own, maintain, fund, staff, coordinate, and can responsibly add to without weakening existing service levels. This doesn't mean that we can't plan for future amenities or pursuing grants or advancing other funded projects. It just means that we need to be thinking about the baseline for our capacity to maintain and then what this additional work would do as well. The comprehensive plan does have several objectives in the recreation plan. First and foremost, stating that securing the necessary funding and staffing to maintain facilities is the critical first priority for considering the development of new recreational amenities. It also identifies several kind of short-term recreation amenities that are important, most specifically indoor recreation in the community center. It states that we will work to renovate and improve the community center and that maintenance of existing recreational facilities will be a funding priority. It further states that staff will investigate opportunities for a community pool facility. For trails and pocket parks, the comp plan states that Nederland will prioritize gradual expansion and enhancement of its in-town trail network and pocket parks to improve connectivity and accessibility. It calls for connections to key destinations and neighborhoods, including parks, plazas, downtown areas, and neighborhoods. There is a strategies table in the chapter, which identifies maintenance and operations plan, budget exploration, community center renovation plan, feasibility study for indoor pool, trail network expansion plan, Barker Reservoir feasibility study, intergovernmental collaboration with Boulder, and explore the creation of a recreation district as priorities. One other important note that I want to say about the comp plan is it does really specifically call out the Barker Meadow Reservoir area as a future planning area, but it does not approve expanded water recreation. It states that community members have expressed interest in developing the west shore of Barker Meadow Reservoir to provide water-based recreational opportunities and create a direct link to downtown. However, currently swimming and boating at the reservoir are prohibited. The comp plan also states that we'll continue working with Boulder to renegotiate agreements that could expand recreational uses at the reservoir, including the possibility of paddle sports and swimming, and that these involve regulatory, environmental, and safety recommendations. I'm so sorry, that the pros remain fully aligned with this language and avoid implying that any expanded recreational use is approved or assumed on Boulder City property. I want to give a little bit of context on the multimodal plan as well. This is where we really have an overlap between the trail space and where sidewalks, crossing, and accessibility kind of live together. The multimodal plan, or the MTP, states that it is the town's first transportation plan and identifies a long-term vision for multimodal transportation as well as short-term actions for implementation. It also states that the MTP creates a roadmap for achieving multimodal networks. It states that it is a decision guide for decision makers and provides a pathway for funding transportation improvements in Nederland. It includes a comprehensive prioritized project list organized by low, medium, and high priority projects, and notes that formally documented projects become eligible and competitive for local, state, and federal funding. It supports a vision that Nederland's transportation system should be safe and accessible for users of all ages and abilities, and that travelers should have access to a connected network of trails, sidewalks, and roadways. I think this is relevant to the PROST because the MTP identifies pedestrian facilities, but not necessarily. It identifies a transportation network. And I think one of the things about the PROST that's a little bit different is it identifies those same transportation goals in this multimodal network, but also a need for recreational trails that might include bike trails or different kinds of recreation trails. And so I think that looking at ways that we prioritize and differentiate between those trail systems is really important. And that's one of the things that I believe the PROST contemplates. Just as a quick overview of the PROST, and then I'll let the folks here who want to talk about it. I think it's at an appropriate point for you to review it as policy. It includes a substantial inventory, engagement, goals, objection, and action items. It recognizes funding and staffing needs. It identifies maintenance and accessibility as major issues, and it begins organizing recommendation into goals, objectives, responsibilities, priorities, and resources. It states that it is designed to serve as a decision-making tool to help set priorities for implementation. It identifies responsibility, priorities, and needed resources for projects. And it states that action plan is subject to further study and review and should be part of the budget development and work planning each year. It also includes an objective to address funding and staffing needs, including current inventory, maintenance, scheduling, and costs. It includes actions related to additional funding mechanisms, outside grants, volunteer insurance, onboarding and trading, and a trail and maintenance volunteer program. It also includes maintenance and operation language that aligns with the comprehensive plan specifically. It calls for maintenance priorities and operation plans for existing parks, recreation facilities, open space trails, including asset conditions, maintenance schedules, and a resource allocation strategy. And it calls for funding for ongoing maintenance before we start looking at new amenities. I think these elements are very strong, and I think there's one last step just to finalize the plan structure, ensure it's fully aligned to adopted BOT direction, and identify which work belongs in the adoption draft versus like a first phase of implementation. One of the things I'm recommending to you tonight is that looking at the current capacity as a planning lens for park operations is really important. Our parks department is wonderful, and we have Nikki here with us tonight. But we have Nikki, 3 full-time staff members, and a couple of seasonal employees. With that staffing, the department maintains more than 3 miles of sidewalk and trails, Chipeta Park, the skate park, the ice rink and tennis and pickleball courts, Gercio and Barker Meadows, 7 pocket parks, the Netherlands Cemetery, and town public facilities. They also oversee trash collection, waste diversion, fire mitigation, weed management, volunteer coordination, and special event support. They are funded primarily through the general fund and marijuana tax revenues, and these sources, combined with our short high elevation work season, require very careful prioritization of maintenance, seasonal operations, and capital projects. In 2026, our budget includes $390,000 for public work parks in general fund. It also includes $63,000 in park fund expenditures and $32,000 in conservation trust fund expenditures for parks and trail improvements. We have a good budget, but it is very limited, and we are operating a broad range of parks, facilities, trails, and public space systems with very limited resources. So one of the things that we want to make sure is that this PROS helps the BOT, PROSAB, and staff distinguish between maintenance obligations, feasible near-term work, grant or partner-supported projects, and future concepts that might require additional funding or direction. One thing I do want to note is the community center is related, but it's a separate operating structure. It has its own fund and funding sources. It should be addressed as part of our overall recreation system, but it does have different building needs, as a different staffing model and public facility role, as well as capital maintenance issues. Its budget is about $533,000 this year, $480,000 of which is operating expenditures, and $47,000 in capital improvements. I'm recommending next phase of work before adoption here, and I think it can be relatively limited on the drafting of it, depending on your direction. The first is just a final confirmed alignment with the comprehensive plan and MTP. Just making sure like language about Barker Reservoir and other things match the comprehensive plan. I think it could help to organize the actions it includes into short-term, mid-term, long-term, ongoing, and future evaluation categories, just so that we're kind of primed for future strategic plan conversations. I think it would also help to clarify which concepts require further evaluation, feasibility review, funding, partnership work, or future BOT direction. I'd like to see also an additional implementation chart that prioritizes which projects seem to be the most important. Additional work on the lead and support roles. And then maybe some just characterization of, are we talking maintenance, operations, feasibility, capital, partnership, ongoing work, or further evaluation? And then just anything that you might want to add, remove, elevate, or reframe. I think that this is achievable in a short period of time. I don't think it needs to be rewritten. It's just going through and just with PROSAB one more time and making sure that it's all aligned to where it needs to be. As step 2, I think that we're ready to be thinking about a first phase of planning, which can kind of go along with our strategic planning we'll be engaging in. And I think that looking at the deeper maintenance and operations work should be one of the first priorities that the ProSab and Parks looks at during this first planning cycle. And I think that this could be done in very manageable parts. But what I'd like to see is a little bit of building on the inventory just to make sure that the properties there we're really specifically focused on the town-owned parks, open space, trails, and facilities, as well as looking at assets owned by other agencies and partners, which I think is really important for us because we're not existing in a vacuum. Nikki says it well, like we want to connect to our partners' trails. We want to make sure that we're working together on those things and just making sure that we understand what we're maintaining, what others are maintaining. Part of this conversation too is looking at things like formal, informal, and social trails. I'll let Nikki talk about this, but she really only has 2 formal maintained trails right now. And one of the things that we've been talking about is some typology of trails and some like service level agreements for what is a formal trail, what's an informal trail, how do we manage those from a legal perspective and just from a maintenance perspective. Maybe a little bit of work looking at future trail connections to assets that we own and that others own, looking at maintenance responsibility for how we take care of these assets, looking at our existing maintenance practices and service levels, looking at gaps we have in accessibility, safety, signage, and maintenance, maybe some workload analysis to make sure we understand our constraints on our current staff and what might be required to do more. And then a really big project is just looking at volunteers. We have had increasing difficulty having volunteers work on projects in parks just because of the liabilities that are involved. And I think that this is something that we could continue working on and try to find some good strategies to make sure volunteers can continue to help with these projects, which we know we have a great volunteer base here in Nederland. Finally, just looking at legal, easement, intergovernmental, and private property dependencies, and then just continuing to look at staff and funding capacity by these work areas. I don't think this work needs to be completed before adoption. It's pretty heavy, but I think it's something that we could start chunking out to make sure that we have a good work plan as we kind of move forward. Step 3 of this, I think one of the things that this PROS does as a 10-year plan is it gives us the ability to start thinking about this in our budget and work planning process. We can start doing an annual review of what was completed by parks, what remains in progress, what should be moving forward as we go into our next budget cycle, what depends on grants, partners, or outside approvals, what needs to be deferred, and what requires future action. And I think this is something that can be an annual process for us, that we continue to manage our goals and make sure that we're achieving the things that we need to. And then I think as a final step, it's just looking at future projects. There's a lot of things in the PROS that would be great that do require things like cost estimates, design, legal review, property or easement work, intergovernmental agreements, environmental review, operating cost analysis, and funding commitments. And I think that starting to look at what those projects require and who might need to be involved in them could be a really useful tool as well. In the analysis section of my staff report, I just state I believe that this is ready for review and direction. I think I'm recommending that you receive this draft and have conversation about it and provide ProSab with any additional direction you might have to consider direction or a final adoption after a final round of targeted refinement. If that's what we do, I think the next steps would just include making sure that we get that refinement done, making sure that any board direction is included, and then working to make sure that the document is in final form before we bring it back to you. There's a couple of recommendations in my staff report. The first, that you just receive this and provide that direction, and that we include this goals of this PROS in our upcoming strategic planning cycle. As I said, you've got a couple of ProSab members here with you. I'm happy to answer questions, but they're also here to share their work with you as well, including Nikki.
Hi, Nikki. Is there anything you would want to add to what Town Manager Kane hasn't already said?
I think there's a couple of things that are in this PROS that we had some really good work done on, not just by town staff and ProSab, but also the graduate students that we had working with us. And that one that stands out most in my mind is the amount of work that went into the accessibility, and how, where our problems are, and that I don't want to lose that. It's very important to me. As John said, we have 2 town trails that are actually maintained year round, and those trails are at Chipeta Park, and the other one is at the Gercio Barker Meadows area. And there are a lot of other trails that we have that they're maybe recognized as a town trail, but we don't maintain them due to staffing, due to equipment, and also due to the fact that some of them are on such steep hills, there's no way we could maintain them in the wintertime without hurting ourselves. But I have really appreciated the amount of work that Caroline and so many other of the people have put into this document. I think it's got a really good base to it.
Thanks, Nikki. Okay, so let's, any clarifying questions for John, staff, Nikki? I've got one real quick. Nikki, you said that there were some of the accessibility pieces that were really important to you. Can you pinpoint exactly where in the pros that you're talking about?
Actually, I don't have the document in front of me, so I can't tell you exactly where it's at. The students who did that work talked a lot about Chipeta Park and the playground at Chipeta Park needing updates for accessibility, and the trails, which we've already completed some of that work on the Riverwalk area. That I'm not sure exactly what page it's on.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull that up.
Thanks, Luke.
Yeah,
We can also
objective
jump in if
5.4
helpful.
mentions
yeah.
So page 11 mentions accessibility.
And they did a really nice document for us, like it's not necessarily a chapter. It's like
It's woven in throughout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Thanks, Karen.
And I'll just kind of add on that. One of the things, John mentioned this, trail typology definitions is something that we want to improve here. Designating everything from, a paved, essentially sidewalk trail to, social single track, where accessible recreation trail is like, so what in the sort of outdoor trail use is like called adaptive trails. So they're still like recreational trails, but they're spec'd for adaptive I don't know, mountain bikes or whatever, wheelchair accessible, but they're not ADA compliant accessible. Right? It's like a distinction of adaptive recreation. So they might still have jumps or something, but they're wide enough and banked enough that somebody on a quad bike or something could participate. It's like trying to define the different trail types that we might have. We don't have anything like that right now, but just specifying that stuff out so that we can be clear about what the trails are in our world. And as Nikki pointed out, we only have 2 official trails, and so quantifying which are official town trails that the Parks Department is responsible for maintaining, and then what other trails in town that we might designate, right? Like I think Moose Meadows is a great example. Like those were just social trails, but town put up little trail markers to say, like we recognize these, but we're not responsible for maintaining, developing, building, anything like that. And so that's something I feel like we should fine tune a little bit more in here, is how to get the sort of boundaries of which things are part of parks capacity and which things are just things we have to think about. you know, and not to just run on, but because I know Caroline's probably got more useful stuff here to add, but one of the things that was a challenge in the post is, and you can see in the document, there's like, you know, just in our park inventory, like it talks about recreational assets that are not in town. Mud Lake, Eldora, Indian Peaks Wilderness. And so just trying to like recognize that town is like interwoven with a lot of things that are outside of our jurisdiction, but still kind of factor into this plan. So that's another aspect of the post that a lot of, you know, work went into. So
Okay.
I'm going to let Caroline talk a little bit more about the effort she's put in on this, which has been a lot. So
Go ahead, Carolyn.
Oh, yeah. And I don't need to repeat what I think John kind of covered the history, but yeah, essentially we did the bulk of the work for this around the time that we had the graduate student helping last spring. And then we went through some prioritization exercises internally as a prost last late spring, early summer. And then we've essentially been trying to get this on the BOT agenda for like at least 8 months. So that's kind of like the pace that this is going, just so everyone's fully aware. And then just wanted to add a couple comments on John's recommendations from staff. So first, just on the step 1 of the final plan refinement before adoption, on numbers 1 and 2 for confirming alignment with the comprehensive plan and MTP, as well as ensuring Barker Meadows Reservoir language matches the comp plan. I both went through line by line and I had Claude do it as well. So definitely welcome any detailed edits suggested, but I just wanted to say that like that, those steps have been thoroughly done. And then also just wanted to comment, I know that we're talking about wanting to kind of add in more information around trail and pathway typology. The current draft of that is on slide 46, where we have a section on trail and pathway typology. And so if there's like detailed feedback, definitely welcome any edits that the BOT recommends. But yeah, just wanted to point folks there if you're looking to provide more detailed feedback. But yeah, if you have questions, I'm happy to speak to any section of the plan and why we landed in certain certain areas and things like that. So for example, just one more comment. I totally agree. I think that we should organize things into short, medium, and long term. The reason why we organized it under objectives and prioritizing it in a numerical way was based on the research that the graduate student had done on other town plans and what she thought was best practice. So we were kind of deferring to her research and evaluation there. Definitely can update it based on what is most actionable for the BOT, but just wanted to provide the context of why we structured it in that way.
So let me just add to that too. We started out working on this PROST plan in 2023. Our previous PROST plan came out in 2013, and I was looking to update our almost outdated plan. Well, now we're a little outdated. I needed something, a document that would give me guidance as to which direction parks should go, what were the priorities for the community, which, you know, is a musical playground going to be more important than a pump track, that kind of stuff. Some of those goals have been completed already from the 2013 plan, which is great. And the new plan does lay us out a little bit. So does the comp plan and the MIT plan. They all kind of guide me and tell me which way the community needs me to go. Because like John said, we are a very small staff and we'll be being pulled in a lot of different directions. This PROST document is important to the Parks Department as a guiding light to tell me which are the things that if I'm not just working on maintenance and I want to pick one project, what's the most important project to the community? So, I'm hopeful that we can move forward with this and get this document actually into the hands of myself and my staff before I need to update it for the next 10-year project.
Thanks, Nikki.
Mhm.
Any clarifying questions for staff at this point?
Have you guys considered defining what recreation is within the scope of the plan?
I
Have that
have not.
recreation vision statement in the comprehensive plan, and that's really what anchors the document, is that kind of vision for recreation. But are you thinking that you would define types of recreation or
Potentially, yeah. I don't know if that opens up a huge can of worms, but it just comes to mind that, maybe a definition of recreation could define what this aligns with, whether it's actually saying biking, hiking, bird watching, whatever, or if it's defining the scope to activities in parks and concerts and, all those different things that go along on parks and open space.
Yeah, we can definitely add in a definition if folks think that would be helpful. I think we added more of a vision statement, but the way it was structured, I think, so also kind of just going back to the way that it was drafted by the graduate student initially, she looked at a number of different comp plans from Parks and Rec comp plans from other small towns in Colorado. And we kind of discussed those as Parks and Rec and of what we liked, what we didn't like, that kind of thing. And so I think she pulled different pieces from those examples. And it could just be that she was trying to streamline the document by not defining recreation, but can definitely add in that definition if it's helpful.
I think one of the things too is if we define it and it's narrower, it creates, as we kind of move forward, it could create problems when we think about the overall breadth of the activity and equity within that space. And I think that's the other reason a vision statement is useful in this case. But in the kind of I guess the implementation tables, there are like several different types of activities that are defined in those spaces. But that would be something that could be brought back to ProSab for a conversation for sure.
Yeah, so for example, I think some folks like to include cultural and social activities and recreation, like community events and arts programs, and others don't. And so being really clear about what's included in recreation could be helpful.
And I would agree, the vision statement from the comprehensive plan sort of helps anchor a little bit because it includes some of those things. Any other clarifying questions, trustees? All right, let's move to a public comment on our discussion item. Does anyone have a public comment on the draft of the Prost? All right, I'm not seeing any. Couple more pauses. No public comments? All right, let's bring it back to a discussion to the board. Obviously, what we're looking at is just as a draft and to provide direction to the town staff of things that, as John had said, either that you suggest we take out, that we add in, that we elevate, all of that. So does anybody have some burning things that they'd like to discuss first?
Sure, I'll throw out. I'm very pleased to see the prioritization of mitigation efforts in this draft, and I see it repeated quite often. And I assure you that Chief Schmidtman and myself and the entire district will do whatever we can to support any mitigation efforts. So it's happy to see that. Also happy to see interconnectivity, linking up with schools. Those were big things that were important to me, and it's nice to see those high up on the list. So I am curious about long-term, short-term. Maybe that's like a third thing that's added on there somehow, or color coded, I think was an option that Jonathan mentioned. I wonder if that just overcomplicates what the way that they're the objectives for the goals are broken up. I'm curious what your thoughts are on how do you have like each of these objectives have different priorities, but some of those priorities are super long term, and you've got to start working on those number two priorities then immediately or simultaneously. I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are on how to prioritize those things, things that can be accomplished short term versus long term, I guess.
That's so part of what we classify fire mitigation, for instance, is an ongoing daily maintenance. It's like we have to do it because it's not just for fire safety, it's also maintaining the safety of the park. So we categorize each priority, and some days it's priority 1 Monday might be priority 2 on Tuesday because we have to do priority 2 on Wednesday. It's just we have to shuffle, and it's a balancing act. And that's when we do things like reach out to the fire department. Can you help us with our fire mitigation? And we reach out to different organizations. Can you help us with the Vets Memorial? Can you help us with Kindle's Corner? It's just a continuous trying to find people to help. And yeah, the volunteer thing is really tough right now. And it's not just that we have, problems with insurance and things like that. It's also the pool of volunteers isn't as big as it used to be. I'm sure you can recognize that, Andrew. So it's just a different world. Balancing is hard. And so when I get people that are adding things to my plate that maybe aren't even close to the priority list, it's not me trying to be rude to shut them down. They might have a great idea. It's just, I can't, we don't have capacity. So
no, and I get that. I guess my question was more oriented towards the board here to see if maybe we had some ideas to help make it so that it's easier for you, where we can say, well, that's a red, not a green. So
I think so, and part of this too, let's be cognizant that we'll have strategic planning if we want to take this into strategic planning, we say, listen, for Parks and Recreation, this is going to be next to maintenance, or maybe there's going to be a maintenance budget item as well that we would say, hey, we want you to do more maintenance. Here's a budget item to that. And we can kind of decide potentially what that number one or number two thing is based off feedback from the comprehensive plan, based off feedback from the PROST. So let's make sure that we'll tackle that there in terms of some of the priority. Here, I want to make sure that we stay focused on what are those recommendations or what are those things that we either want to see, subtract, or be elevated as a part of the PROST.
Exactly.
Yeah,
totally.
because
and that's kind of, and I'm probably doing a really poor job of explaining myself, but that's kind of what I'm trying to get at is like maybe having another criteria there that we're looking at for long-term, short-term, et cetera, would be beneficial for them in that strategic planning.
So basically echoing Trustee Jocelyn, echoing what folks were saying about go ahead and maybe set up like what makes sense from a staff perspective in terms of short, medium, long term. What are the dependencies? You know, maybe you can't do this medium term until this short term is done, and that would be really helpful for our eyes to see.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm getting
Okay.
at.
Okay.
And if anything, I was just asking, am I the only one that would think that it's beneficial? And if so, then that's fine. But
Okay.
just curious what everyone's thoughts are.
Okay. Yeah, and to make sure that we don't get too wily here in the conversation, just real quick, nods, does that make sense as setting it up in short, medium, and long term? Does anybody oppose to that? I would agree. I'm kind of curious is because I want to know what the dependencies are. I want to know that if we ask you, hey, go do X, there's not like actually 4 or 5 things before that that we weren't even in our purview, right?
Caroline, I feel like at least at one point, we were talking about like short, medium, and long-term goals. Am I misremembering that?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, sorry, this is like a year ago that I'm trying to think back of. Yeah, why we ended up. So initially we had both, like what you were saying of like the numbered list of priority and then short, medium, long term. And we were trying to essentially simplify things. And I think the tough thing was just it was like there's limited resources and we wanted like everything to be, I mean, most things are like you're hoping happening in the short to medium term, not the long term.
And also,
but
I think we're also thinking of like, you know, a lot of these things might be projects of opportunity, whether because of a grant or some other thing is happening. And so we were sort of like, well, just because this maybe is a medium term or long term goal, all of a sudden it gets bumped up because of some other opportunity, or vice versa. Something that was a short term goal gets bumped because, you know, some other, you know, blocker. And so that's my sort of vague memory of why we.
And I think that makes sense totally. And the more you mention it, the more it seems like it could potentially just overcomplicate it, which is not my intention at all.
One other truth about the way this is set up is, and I kind of talked about this a little bit in my staff report, is there's really kind of like 2 pieces of this. And one is what Nikki spoke to. It's like what she's doing now and the work that she's engaged in. And if you remember, those of you that were there for our budget process for 2026, we were really working hard to make sure parks had the money that they needed to do the work they're doing now, including, you know, they need a skid steer and they don't have one. And so we don't have a huge budget here. And so like, I think that needs to be part of the analysis too, like how, and I think that's why I had suggested the maintenance being one of the first things. If Nikki's been working on her service level agreement for the community, which basically would be a document. This is how I take care of Chipeta. This is how I do this. This is how I do that kind of thing. Just kind of the general work required for there. That's a part of this conversation too. And I think one of the first, that's why I had suggested that as an implementation stage of looking at our current capacity, what maybe there's efficiencies there that Nikki could find as we kind of work through it with Prost. And then looking, like she said, like at these other projects that are in that short term. But that's, I think, where we're going to have the biggest planning gap on the short term is just figuring out how that aligns to budget reality and then staffing capacity to manage the projects that would come along. And that's where I think ProSAB could be super helpful is starting that prioritization work and really looking at the workloads.
Okay. Let's go to the questions so we just stay on task and get through this. Number 1 was add a clear plan relationship section explaining how the PROS implements the comprehensive plan and coordinates with the MTP. Caroline, totally hear where you're saying is that like, because that's one of the first things I did is I bounced off the objectives with some of the objectives in the comprehensive plan and the multimodal plan, and it looks like there's congruency. John, is your recommendation here just to highlight that a little bit more?
Oh, I actually think that does really good. That's why I wanted to bring it, is because I think it's very well aligned. I was just wanting to say we can make an explicit statement at the beginning that just shows that those are the documents that informed it.
Okay.
Not to say that it needs more. I should have phrased that differently. I apologize.
Okay, not a problem. Any concerns with doing that?
Nope. That's
Team trustees? All
You
right.
guys did a good job.
All right, we're good with that one. Number 2, confirm any BOT direction to add, remove, elevate, or reframe priorities. Okay. Just feedback on the items and the priorities. Is there something that you would like to see higher, lower, sideways, round? This is the opportunity. Let's go ahead and do this piece. Let's go in a little bit of a structured way. Andrew, what are you thinking? Is there anything that you would like to see as a different priority or whatnot?
No, and I'm sorry, I got so sidetracked on that, but I'll say that I'm very pleased with the priorities. I've gone through it pretty extensively, and good job.
You're golden.
Yeah.
Okay. Fabulous. Trustee Kennedy, any thoughts from you yourself? Anything that you would add, prioritize differently?
Nothing that I'd add. I'm fully in support of more accessibility and especially volunteer opportunities within the restraints that you may have.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Miller?
Yeah, I just want to. This isn't so much a changing my priorities, because obviously I've had my hand in this, but I just want to draw a bit of attention. Like this objective 5.4, I think is a good example. When I was talking earlier about like definitions, so this says objective 5.4: ensure all trails in town boundaries are accessible to all. Which, given our varying definition of trail and also potentially varying definition of accessible, whether that's adaptive or ADA compliant, like what does that actually mean, right? Does that mean just the 2 official town trails, or does that mean all trails regardless of designation in town boundaries, right? Like I feel like there are some places where being much more clear about what these things mean would help a lot with the scope. You know, I would never want to put that on Nikki's team to say every trail in the town boundary is has to be ADA accessible. So I think we should be really more specific there on a couple of these things, on what exactly is the definition on the scope of some of these.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller, I have a suggestion there. I was thinking about that. We've talked about this before, but this typology conversation doesn't necessarily need to be fully engaged, but this language, I think one of the keys is the multimodal transit plan talks about like transportation trails. Those probably have different accessibility concerns than like a recreation trail. I think this could be modified slightly just to involve like a priority to look on, maybe even on one, about which trails are important transportation trails, which could align, that's with the MTP, that's something we could work on there, but something to that effect so that you can have some contextual, like something to select, like how a trail, because I think there should be a selection process for what a trail is. Is this a transportation trail? Is this just a fun little bike trail thing, or what is it? And I think we could build that into the priority maybe.
And also just in those, within the scope of some of these objectives that I think there's a little more specificity would help to just make it clear what we're trying to accomplish. And I think that's the trails one was sort of a stronger example, but I think the same thing exists in some of the other goal sections where they seem right at first, but then when you sort of start to think about kind of exactly what we're trying to do, we could do a little bit better. Yeah, just I just want to make sure that we set not just ourselves up, but we set the whole Parks Department up for success by being really clear about the expectations.
Okay, so is there anything besides that one? Is there anything else in terms of feedback?
No, I mean the priorities themselves I think are really good. I think just my feedback is just little bit more granular clarity on the scope.
Okay. So being more specific and definitional where you can on some of those things. So, okay, we got through everyone. Some of my thoughts are, so for instance, we'll just go to overall vision, goal 1, objective 1.1. Objective 1.11, priority 1. Look creatively for additional potential funding mechanisms. So my brain tends to go to remove any duplication, just give me the solid priorities. Give me the solid things, because I'm assuming that's going to be a thing that you do and that we do as a town, no matter what the project is. We're going to have to go and look for funding total, solid. What I'm really interested in is like, kind of going back to what was articulated is like, if Nikki has 1 or 2 projects that she says, BOT, after we get this maintenance plan and everything, these are the 1 to 3 things I recommend you take into consideration very seriously and consider giving me some budget, because these are the things that the community has been asking for a really long time. I would love that prioritization. I would love for you to tell us, this is what staff capacity can do, and this is what we want to deliver for the community outside of our maintenance plan. And then I understand that, yes, absolutely, that's going to need funding. Is that a goal that needs to be articulated into the structure? The other one that caught my eye was continue to distribute electronic communications. Absolutely, I don't disagree. But is that part of the goals, or is that just how we go about our projects? Is that just sort of organizational norms that we want to be communicative, right? So for me, I think what would be super helpful is like kind of a going through and what's duplicative, because the maintenance prioritization, like I saw that a couple of times in the tables. And so if it's duplicative, or it's more of a how we're going to do things, like my recommendation is just remove it. And or if it's a how we might do something, like put it up above the tables, and this is like a how we go about our organizational norms, how we do our work. But not necessarily pull it out as a specific goal. Let me pause there. Does that come through clear, or did I just make this really murky? Which is okay.
You're saying leave it to we want the critical mass in here, and then maybe we have a how we work section that just kind of describes the methodologies we're going to use, and then make sure it's just really prioritized to what the plan would be moving forward.
Yeah, because these things of like give youth and senior accommodations high value, yes, 100%. But that's a how we go about every project, right? So that's kind of like almost a scorecard. I know Nikki's looking at me like, no, that's not how we do it, but that's how we should probably, right? Okay, she's given me the yes. She's given me the yes. It's a how we should go about our work. We should be communicating. We should be prioritizing youth and seniors. We should be looking for creative funding strategies. All of that is just the blueprint of how we go about the work. I really want to see the what this community wants us to accomplish. And with that, correct me if I'm wrong, and or you're just going to have to point it out for me, because I didn't initially bounce out, it didn't initially jump out to me, but a connected trail plan, there were bits and pieces of it under goal 5 trails, but is there an actual action item or a goal for a connected walkable and bikeable infrastructure plan? And if it is, please just point it out to me. I've gotten slow.
It's kind of broken between 5.1 and 5.2, okay. But it's not explicit. I know what you're getting at, and I don't think it's explicit.
Okay. That's one I would like for PROCEP to consider as elevating. And the reason why is because, I've heard from our seniors, I've heard from our folks that like to bike, I've heard from our youth, this connected walkable and bikeable infrastructure, ADA compliant, that's the one thing I didn't see like explicitly called out. Like I said, I saw bits and pieces of it broken up, but what's the plan look like? do we have that in that connect that solid plan so that we know that this trail is going to connect to this trail? And if we don't, that's great. Let's put it on the list as like potentially one of those goals that we get to work toward. Is my feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I know that like we did spread that throughout like a lot of the goals, like as a sort of core principle, but you're right, like separating that out as a thing by itself might be helpful, right? Like we did try to like incorporate that concept into several of the goals of connecting all the trails.
Right. And I guess the output, like what I think is the tangible thing, is give me the map. What is this map? Now, our multimodal plan did create a concept map. I don't know if it's BS or not. I don't know if the folks that actually walk these trails and bike these trails, if they would say, yeah, that makes sense, because these were outside consultants that did a quick look at it at the last minute because we asked them to. And I have no idea that I would trust it. And so I would love our folks to actually put their eyes on that.
Yeah, well, and we went round and round on the map a whole bunch. We never fully executed on a final map that like actually has every little trail on it. And I know Nikki has walked probably every trail here, but like it would be that like a truly detailed map would be, I think, really helpful. And it is something we worked on several times.
Yeah, Nikki, I see your hand up. Go
Yeah,
for it.
I just wanted to say that the multimodal transportation plan, all the trails and sidewalks section, their information came from me taking them out on those trails.
Okay, so it is
And
legitimate.
it is totally legitimate. And they got that concept map was the concept of what came out of my brain and out of the wishes of the community when they did their outreach at different farmers markets and movie theaters and all kinds of other things. I'll
Okay.
defer to John.
We can make an Nikki is a resource, right? So we can use a GIS mapping tool and map those trails and actually make a map. That could be an implementation goal.
Well, and if there's gaps, great, let's add to the map. If there's no gaps and the work is done and it's blessed and this is the actual thing that we want to move forward in terms of a connected infrastructure, great. What I hear though is that that connected infrastructure hasn't been coded from this needs to be an ADA trail or an adaptive trail. This needs to be a single track, whatever. That's the work that still needs to be done off that map, if that map is what we want to move forward with.
Well, and also designating whether those trails are then become, official town trails and fall into Nikki's bucket of maintenance and care.
Yeah.
So.
And I fully 100%.
Oh, sorry. Like very real consideration. Like if we were to include, like I'll just use for example the trail that connects town, sort of downtown up to the community center and then on up to the high school, right? Like that's a fairly obvious trail that we all know and use, but is not an official town trail. It is technically unmaintained, right? Like, so we should scope that if we're going to include that as part of this connected trail network, does that fall into now official town trail and becomes part of Nikki's responsibility? So I just want to be very conscious of the impact of that.
100%. And I want a dollar amount associated with it if possible.
And the other piece of this is capacity. Like some kind of capacity measurement for these trails. What's a priority? And, like just looking at that, because Nikki just, we're going to have to think about how we might increase the budget for more staffing. Or Luke, I know you've said maybe we have a dedicated trails team or something like that. And just thinking through those pieces too.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a part of the strategic planning piece, I give us the numbers. If Nikki, if you start to say, hey, you want us to go ahead and maintain these trails? Great. This is what it's going to cost. 2 extra FTEs or whatever that is, like having those dollar amounts would be super helpful.
Yeah, that would be huge actually. Like, especially if we could, and Nikki, like maybe we should sit down and like be like, okay, which trails are the candidates to be part of this connected network, and what would it take to put those into our bucket of maintained trails?
And that's the priority, I guess, that I'm talking about. And what, you know, Andrew sort of brought up just initially is, you put me out there and try to ask me which trail should be priority one. I don't know. Like, this is what we need you all to say, hey, short term. And, you know, some of it's already moving forward with the grant that we received and that trail that's connecting to the high school. Okay, great. That's probably one of the, you know, the trails that gets bubbled up to the top. But then what comes after that would be super helpful to get your guidance on, Nikki.
Yep. I think
Any other feedback? Elevated, removed?
one thing which we talked about within ProSab isn't necessarily like something that's in the Prost, but if we were to pick out, say, 3 things out of the Prost to elevate to the BOT as we would like to see these things incorporated into the strategic plan. You know, I would, you know, both Caroline and Nikki, like if you, you know, kind of if you had to pick your top 3 goals out of here to push into the strategic planning process, what would you pick?
And we don't need that answer right now.
Yeah, not right this second, but like that's
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I was kind of getting at before, is just tell us what it is that you might need.
Yeah, and like the number one for me, the number one off the top of my head is the rink. Like,
wouldn't it be maintenance?
Well, no, like getting the rink both, you know, functioning, you know, throughout the winter, regardless of weather. So whether that's chill or shade or whatever, you know, Nikki's had some great conversations with consultants about that. And then it's flip side of, you know, how do we optimize it summer? Because the rink has the potential to actually make money for the town, right? Like that's one of the few assets we have that is a money generator, and not just a money hole. You know, trail maintenance is a money hole. You just have to spend money, but the rink bring in some.
Any other feedback from the BOT in terms of other priorities? Okay. Next one is around organizing recommendations into short-term. This is going back to Andrew Jocelyn's thing. To the degree that it makes sense, like if there were some short-term priorities, medium-term, long-term. Again, for me, not being very close to this, I don't know where there's a dependency on one thing or another. And having that a little bit more specific would super help me out. Not just about me, but seeing if that would be helpful. If maybe it's not the strict long-term, medium-term, or short-term, but would it help other trustees to understand the dependencies that one project has on something else? Yes, no? Trustees? Thoughts? We're tired. We're zoned out. See ya. Bye, everyone. We're done. To give the staff direction, does it help to have dependencies? Does it have to have short-term, medium-term, long-term? Or just let staff and the board figure it out?
Nikki, I think that's a good question for you. Like, how do you feel about that?
I don't want to overcomplicate it, you know. But I think it could be helpful. But again, I think that there was probably a reason why they thought about it and didn't do it.
Yeah, I think if I have a list of things to do, I'm going to end up knowing which ones are going to be long-term, short-term, medium-term. Of course, if I think about if it was a totally different staff scenario or whatever, if it just looked very different in my world, how would someone else come into my shoes and be able to figure that out? Maybe it would be obvious. Maybe
And I
not.
wonder if it's helpful for the board. Is it helpful for us, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah, because unfortunately, we don't get to live inside your head every day, Nikki.
Thank God.
But, if we did, we would know that information. But if we don't, you're leaving it up to the board to potentially decide, oh, hey, Nikki, this is going to be a long-term or a short-term project for you. And you're like, excuse me, as the one who has to actually do the work on the field, let me tell you which one of these is short-term, medium-term, and long-term.
Right. It probably makes more sense for us, John and myself and our current staff to try and figure out, if we have a list, what we see as long-term, short-term is, and which ones are realistic
Yeah.
short-term.
The comprehensive plan does have a little bit
Yep.
of that in there. It says that the core issues are that maintenance, funding, and like the maintenance and operations plan, the budget exploration, community center renovation plan, feasibility study for indoor pool, trail network expansion. There's definite options there, but I think like if we get that maintenance and operations plan, I think that's a big one, and that's something that Nikki's already working on. And then the community center is also in there, which is not really in Nikki's world, but I think that I think we could probably come up with something when we bring the final draft to you that would show what these priorities might look like based on what ProSab and Nikki think.
Number 4, ensure Barker Meadow Reservoir language matches the comprehensive plan. Sure.
Touched on that.
It's actually fine.
Yeah.
I think it's totally fine. I just want to make sure that we're all aligned to where we need to be legally on the document.
Sounds good. Number 5, organize community identified concepts such as study, feasibility, or future policy items unless the BOT gives different direction. That's kind of goes back to our short term, a little bit of a medium term. Okay. Anybody have anything else to say against that? Otherwise, I'm moving on. Number 6, add an initial implementation structure identifying general responsibility, priority category, partner dependency, and future BOT decision points. Sure. And my request, and please, if a trustee, if you disagree with this, is just to clean up what those implementations are. Like another one that I caught was consider habitat restoration, preservation, and protection. Again, part of an overall how we do our work, not necessarily a specific goal or project that's associated with that. Correct? Okay. 7, identify maintenance and operational planning as a first phase implementation focus during the upcoming strategic plan cycle. Got it. And then use BOT feedback to inform strategic planning and future budget development. Okay. Anything else, trustees, that you would say differently before we wrap this discussion up? John, do you have what you need?
Yeah, thank you for engaging in this conversation. Thank you, ProSab folks, for being here tonight. And Luke, I know you're going to be here anyway, but thank you for engaging in the conversation, and Nikki for spending your night talking about this.
Nikki, anything else that you want to add?
I appreciate the time. It's nice to see you in the mayor's seat, Nicole, and congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Fabulous. And Carolyn,
huge
anything from
thanks
your
to
side?
Caroline. Yeah, she's put in more effort on this than any of us, so I really appreciate it.
You're a glutton for pain like the rest of us, Carolyn.
My pleasure. Yeah, so we will, I guess I'm just trying to understand next steps and how we can, like what the timeline is going to look like, hopefully less than 8 months again before we get this thing approved. Like my understanding is we work on making these edits and then it goes back to the BOT. Is that correct?
Yeah, and just let's not wait 8 months this next time around. We apologize. There's been a lot, but we'll get you guys in much, much sooner. So as soon as you guys are done and ready, get us another draft so we can take a look at it. Okay.
Great. Okay.
All right, fabulous. Our feelings will not be hurt if the rest of you drop off now and start to get your Z's. So thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. All right, for the rest of you, we have just a couple more, one more thing to do. And Town Manager Kane, we're going to talk about strategic planning.
Yeah, we've already spoken a little bit about this. Strategic plan is a really important thing for the Board of Trustees. We have been trying to do one for quite a bit of time, and it's gotten paused for a couple of reasons. The first time was because I had just been hired and we needed to jump into a budget season immediately. And then as Eldora started to take shape, it became clear that it might be good to kind of wait through that process and then until the new board was seated. And now that we're kind of at that point, it looks like you'll be considering board appointments on May 19th to complete the Board of Trustees. It looks like it would be a good time to start that conversation. And so this staff report is just kind of giving a little bit of background about what a strategic plan is, some feedback about what we've talked about in the past, and then it just presents a couple of dates I wanted to share with you to see if this is something we could get on the agenda. Just for that part at the beginning, what we were thinking is maybe we do an initial planning discussion on May 19th, which is our next board meeting. And then we'd follow that by maybe a work session on the 26th, which is also a Tuesday, unscheduled Tuesday right now, but we could spend some time kind of diving in and trying to bring this plan into a final form. One thing we could do if we want to, we could try to hire a facilitator for that process. This is something that towns do pretty frequently, and there's several folks that could help us with that. One is Todd Leopold from DOLA. He's a regional rep. I did confirm that he could be available to do it, but I'm not sure if he could be here on the 26th. So that may not work for us. And so I think the other point is that we can do this on our own. Nicole has some experience doing this, and I've done it before. And I think that together we could come up with a pretty good plan with the Board of Trustees working together. Just a little background on the strategic plan. Our last one was in 2023 and 2024. In 2025, we began discussing priorities for 2026 and considered some process options like holding a retreat, identifying priorities through structured discussion, or adopting a short-term plan. We also looked at some immediate priority setting within a broader retreat or work session process. One of the decision points at that time was to begin the planning immediately or wait for the new board, and that was what ultimately was decided. The other benefit now is we have the 2025 comprehensive plan complete, the multimodal transportation plan is complete, PROST is in a final draft form, and the advisory boards have been looking a little bit at what some of the things that they are finding important are that they could bring to you to look at in that process too. So I think that we're getting a lot of decision points now that really speak to how we might adopt a policy framework to use when we're discussing priority sequencing, capacity, and work plans, both for the Board of Trustees, for staff, and for your advisory boards. I included in this staff report a discussion list that kind of talks about things that we've discussed before when we've talked about strategic planning. It's pretty broad ranging. It has a lot of different kind of buckets in it right now, and that's okay. I think that we're at that point where that's something that we want to do, but it's something I'd encourage you to do too as you kind of think about this process in the next 2 years of Nederland. What are the things that are really important for us to achieve? What do we need to be really focused on? And I think like to kind of guide that, I have just a little bit about what a strategic plan should be. And one of the things is it should really distinguish between BOT direction and kind of operational work planning. Strategic plans typically identify major priorities that require BOT direction, budget alignment, staff focus, advisory board coordination, department capacity, or sustained public communication. And they should really help the board determine what matters most during a planning period. You're always going to have things come up that just, drop out of the sky that become huge priorities for the town. But the goal would be that we are planning and being proactive about the things that we think are important, because that allows us to break down work plans for staff. And that's kind of something that happens more at our level, where we're looking at specific tasks, timelines, assignments, project management, administrative details. That's something I work with on the department heads. And what we'll be able to do is develop work plans for them that include plan implementation, how we do the beginnings of the budget development for departments, looking at capital planning, grants, contracts, and administration kind of tasks. that strategic plan helps us kind of focus that. Another thing that Mayor Sterling says frequently is that really is going to help us with our staff updates too. It's really the critical thing here is that we're kind of providing updates on these plans. These are the things that we're really trying to accomplish. And so it really gives us a good framework for how we have really focused conversations in board meetings. I said that they should inform department work plans. I think that because of that, one of the things that's important is department heads can also help inform the process. They can identify major operational pressures, service delivery needs, capacity limits, and opportunities that you might want to be thinking about just because they have a different altitude than you have. This can help you understand what departments are seeing and what might need policy direction, budget alignment, or strategic focus. I think you saw that a little bit just now in your conversation with Nikki as she was talking about some of her capacity issues. And I think that was a really valuable conversation personally. So I would recommend to you that you do include the department heads to some extent in this. That could be as simple as a little aim that they provide, giving them giving you some of the things that they think you might want to prioritize as we move forward. You can always pick things that you want to include or not, and that's kind of the job of the BOT is to kind of put that into a functional form. The last strategic plan was for 2 years. That's a really practical planning horizon for us. It allows us to really plan that around work plans, budget development, and implementation capacity. There's a thing that we don't do in Netherlands, which is priority-based budgeting, and it's not something I'm suggesting we do at this time. But having a good strategic plan is an important aspect of that because we can really think about our budget in terms of the resources we need to, to hit those priorities that we have. I think the other thing I've got here is just it's really important to keep these plans focused. We want to make sure that in the initial phases, we're thinking about all the things that we want to do, all the things that could be done. And I think we'll know that that's a really big and long list that is wide ranging and all of them are important. We don't want to say any of those things shouldn't happen. But what this should be is really focused on kind of those big objectives. There's a lot of ways you could think about that. You could say something like, our service level capacity of staff is really important to us. We're really making sure that we're providing these service levels. And then you can build some metrics around that, or you could say things like, we want to improve our affordable housing stock in Netherlands in this time, or meaningfully move it forward. There's a lot of different ways you could structure that. And I think I'm just saying that as you think about what these goals should be, having buckets where they hit are really important. And that's one of the things that the previous strategic plan did. I think this is also a really good and important opportunity for the BOT to consider how the town's governance structure, advisory board structure, departments, service delivery systems, and organizational capacity support board priorities. In a well-functioning system, we want all of those things to kind of work together. We want the BOT to kind of sit on top of the mountain and the strategic plan to be kind of your direction that flows through staff and your advisory bodies so that we can all work on those same priorities. One of the things this will really help with is recommendations that come from those advisory bodies and from staff. It will make sure that we're better aligned and that things can happen not necessarily quickly, but efficiently and making sure that we're all kind of moving forward together. I have the rest of my staff report is just pretty much looking at the prior framework and emerging priorities. As a starting point in the last discussion, we were really talking about governance and organizational culture, service delivery, community engagement, water and wastewater, and then community projects and facilities, kind of thinking about the things that the community is wanting that we see in the comp plan and now in this PROST. We also had several other priorities that kind of come through the resiliency framework in the comp plan, which includes health and well-being, economy and society, infrastructure and ecosystems, and leadership and strategy. I will tell you, I am broadly naming those buckets based on the topics we discussed because it was a big conversation and I think we had about 75 items that came up. And so this, I'm just trying to give you a broad overview of kind of the topics we discussed. Just to kind of go through some of the exact topics that we discussed in this, I'm just going to kind of name them off briefly. One was home rule evaluation. For those of you that you don't know, we're a statutory town in Netherlands, and there could be some benefits of creating what's called a home rule charter for the town, and that's something that has been discussed at the BOT several times over the last few years. We've discussed some BOT training and onboarding practices, as well as staff training, meeting procedures, BOT staff roles, public information engagement, ethics and transparency practices for the town, and just really making sure they're clear. In terms of organizational capacity and service delivery, really looking at core service expectations for the departments and what those service levels mean. Some of our department structure and workload alignment, staff training. We need to do a new salary survey at some point soon and some workforce supports. I would really like to look at how we do our finance things are things that we want to continue working on and adapting as we move forward. We've talked a lot about our comprehensive plan implementation, code review and updates in various chapters, looking at affordable housing and affordable commercial space within Nederland and how we might promote those, looking at vacant properties and community development priorities, such as economic development or other priorities for community development. And then I have getting this PROST finalized and implemented. Another thing that's come up recently is dark sky and looking at what that might mean for our community. And then I've also got special events, which has been something that's been coming up frequently lately of looking at how we do that. I have on here Eldora transition and enterprise planning, which would include Eldora integration and transition planning with the town, enterprise governance, finance, administration, operations, workforce housing, transportation, community impacts, just coordinating between Eldora planning and town strategic priorities. I've got water, wastewater, energy, and infrastructure, which would include water and wastewater rate setting, which we'll need to be getting into later this spring, plant investment fees, capital projects for water, legal availability of water and water rights planning, continuing work on that, infrastructure grants and capital planning project sequencing for this department, and then renewable energy, microgrids, and resilience infrastructure, which we've been talking about pretty frequently now that PSPSs are a lived reality in Nederland. Another big one for us that we should discuss is public safety and community resilience, specifically our contract with Boulder County Sheriff's Office and with Boulder County in regarding our co-responder contracts. Continuing to work on emergency management and resiliency planning, and then always fire mitigation and regional collaboration and making sure that we're being good partners within our region. Finally, on here, I've got economic vitality and regional collaboration. That includes economic development planning for the Nederland we want to be, regional collaboration strategies, again, downtown visitor and local business economies, partnerships for housing, transportation, infrastructure, and services. These are not all of them. These are just kind of general topics that have been coming up as we've kind of talked about planning. You may have more, and I think that they could be anything. You could want to talk about dogs in Chipeta Park or whatever it is. And I think that these are things that we want to be talking about. But in general, I think the really critical thing is when you think about a strategic goal, that should be what does the board really want to be focusing on that really moves the needle in Nederland? What are the things that really are important to how we work and how we work together, how we build our organization, and how we think about Nederland in the future? One thing I don't have on here is we had our 2030 Envision Nederland plan. We're not quite to the point where that needs to be worked on yet, but it's something that should be on the not so far horizon for looking at what that might look like the next version of that. For discussion, I'm just requesting direction about this process. I think having this on discussion on the 19th is a good idea, so we can start bringing some of this together and you guys can really talk it through. I have that potential work session on the 26th. I wanted to see if that is something you guys were available for. We do not, again, have a facilitator confirmed. I can try to get somebody, I think Todd, who is actually pretty great, would be the most likely option. But again, I don't think that it's necessary at this time. I would recommend at some point that we do a board retreat, especially since you're a newly seated board. I think they're a very useful thing to do, and I think we can do that. It doesn't have to be a part of this process, but just kind of getting together and doing the team building that comes along with that could be a really good idea. The other thing I wanted to note is the advisory boards and departments have already been kind of talking about the strategic planning process, and they are thinking about identifying priorities, service needs, capacity issues for your awareness. They would love to inform your conversation and any subsequent work sessions, but you have the final responsibility and say on how those priorities are set. But I just think it just gives you more context about what's going on in town. So in terms of direction, there's 5 questions. Just would you like to restart this process? Are you good with the 19th and the 26th being the kind of the first primary days for this? The facilitator question, and then including the advisory board and department head input as the process. And then I just like to make sure that if there's things you'd like prepared for that conversation, that it's in the staff report. That's all I have for you tonight.
Thank you, John. That's a lot. Thank you for doing that. All right. First off the bat, any clarifying questions for Town Manager Kane? Going once, going twice. We're going to go into public comment. Are there any public comments regarding our strategic plan? Agenda item, strategic plan. Any comments? Seeing none, we're going to bring it back here for a conversation. All right, folks, first question. Does the BOT support restarting the strategic planning process in May? All right, I see a nod from Andrew. I see a nod from Matthew. Is it just me or Luke? Are you off camera? Okay, there we go. Thumbs up. All right, we're good to go. We're going to start in May. Yay. Does the BOT support an initial discussion on May 19th, followed by the work session on the May 26th? Okay, I see a nod from Luke, nod from Matthew. Oh, maybe a wave. Are you, which one, 26th?
Yeah, I mean, the 27th is, I know it's a Wednesday, but I might be able to pull off the 26th. What time are we talking?
It's typical time like what we do now, either like a 6 or 7 o'clock start time.
Okay.
And I mean, it's flexible, but.
Okay. If it's at all possible to move it to that Wednesday, that would be great for my family.
Okay. Do we have any board meetings that night? Other advisory boards, John?
There's a meeting. I think we could make the 27th work. I have to move something, but it's not critical.
Okay. We'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Otherwise,
you could have another. The only night that week that we have a advisory board is SAB is on the 28th. So it doesn't necessarily have to be that Tuesday if there is.
Okay. So it could be the Monday, could be the Tuesday. How does you, no Monday?
Not Monday. Yeah, it
Not
can't
Monday.
be Monday. Yeah.
We got X-Nate on the Monday. Okay, we'll look into the Wednesday.
Okay. Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday that week.
Okay. Ooh, Friday.
Yeah.
If we wanted to make.
If you guys were, you could also do another time to it. You don't have to necessarily do it at 7. You could do it 5 or whatever, or 6.
Yeah, is earlier in the day work better, Andrew?
No, not necessarily. We're trying to go on a trip that weekend, and it's Memorial Day, and trying to figure out travel plans, and it's a lot cheaper on Tuesday. So
okay, we'll let you know about Wednesday. So let's tentatively, Town Manager Kane, if you could tentatively look into the 27th Wednesday.
And the earlier in the day is great. You know, if we wanted to make it go long, right? I mean, so
let's just pull out all the stops. Let's go wild. 4 hours, 5 hours.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would imagine that strategic planning can take quite some time. So,
and it's important work. It's one of those where if you put in, it's like put in the time, the rest of the
and
next
I'd rather
years.
start it earlier so that come 9:23, I'm not wishing I had another cup of coffee.
Okay. What time is the earliest that folks can start during a week?
I'm flexible, so I could make it
5. I can do 5 probably.
Okay, 5.
Some advancement.
Flexible. Okay. All right, we'll bring back some options, but what we are trying to do is also keep a cadence so it doesn't get too far away from us. And so it's sort of one within the other in a week. So
gotcha.
Don't forget. All right. Does the BOT want staff to continue seeking an outside facilitator, or should staff prepare to support the process internally? Do you guys have strong feelings one way or another?
I don't have strong feelings one way or the other. I think both are a great option.
Diplomatic response. Well done. Matt?
No experience with a facilitator, so I have no opinion one way or the other.
Okay.
Maybe in one of the meetings, that'd be nice.
Okay.
And let me, if it's a no-go for Wednesday, let me chat with my boss, aka my wife Amber, and we'll figure something out. So
That's what my husband and I call each other, the tower. I got to consult the tower. Hold on.
yes.
Okay, not a problem, but we'll aim for Wednesday, okay? To make the home life more easier. So I know how it goes. So John, I think it's like, if you can grab an outside facilitator, great. If you can't, then we're okay to do it ourselves.
Sound good.
Okay. Last one, a couple more real quick. Does the BOT want to receive and consider advisory board and department head input as a part of the process? Yes. Yes. Please move forward with that. Grab their high priority items based off capacity, based off proposed budget, and we want to see what those goals are, or what those proposed goals are. Please also ask them to put it within SMART constraints, right? Fabulous. And what other information would the BOT like staff to prepare by May 19th discussion? Anything else, friends? Okay, Town Manager Kane, do you have the direction you need?
Yeah, Nicole, or Mayor Sterling, I forgot one thing I wanted to add. We could get dinner on that work session night.
Yes.
So I was thinking we can figure it out, but we have a budget for that. So I just wanted to include that just to entice you into the meeting.
We have a strict no denying food rule among the trustees. So it's an automatic yes whenever the food is proposed.
Turns out I eat.
To put it in very simple terms. There we go. All right, fabulous. Thank you. I'm excited to get the strategic planning process going. This is one of my core things near and dear to our heart, and I think a lot of the really cool work that came out of our last strategic plan was a testament to putting it in a structured format, having staff report on it every month. It works. So. All right, let's go on to public comment on non-agenda items. Are there any public comments on non-agenda items? Public comment on non-agenda items. Seeing none, let's go to other business. Is there any other business? John.
I'm going to post it on the website so everyone can see. I recently talked to CDPHE and just want to give a quick update on Caribou Village. Demolition is proceeding as it should. As of that conversation I had, which was at the end of last week, so just a couple days old now, there had not been found any contaminants on the site. So they're still proceeding with the asbestos management plan as if there might be, but I think work is going the way it should, and that's a good thing for us. I don't have a timeline of when they're complete. It kind of is, they're taking it as it comes and making sure they're handling things safely. But I think the project is moving forward as it should. And so we'll put a blurb on the website so people can see that, and then we'll make sure that it's out there on Facebook too for folks.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much so. Okay, I would entertain a motion to
Adjourn.
Second. Macy.
Mayor Sterling,
Yes.
Trustee Jocelyn,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller,
Luke, you still with us? Luke. We can adjourn without him, right?
I can note for the record that he wasn't able to participate due to connectivity issues.
This is his favorite part too, the adjournment, so.
It is the best part.
Everybody's.
Trustee Kennedy.
You are on mute. Okay, there you go.
Great. This meeting is adjourned at 9:29 p.m.
All right, well done, team. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Have a good night.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
I'm so mad I missed the sign up.
I know. Where were you, man? That's your favorite part.
I know. I had to go check on my lady.
All right. We'll see you.
All right.
Have a good night.
Good night, you guys.
Bye.
Good night.